What is up? What is up? Oh my goodness, I didn't flew into the camera. I am sorry. Oh my goodness, like my hat. This hat for some reason is not fitting correctly. I don't know if it's my hair. I don't know what it is. I'm trying to get my lighting to be right. I don't know if I should put the lighting up a little bit. Oh no, I think it was good when it was down. Oh, well, I'll stay here. I'll stay here. That's not bad. I just got finished filming a video. I was gonna upload it today, but what ended up actually happening is I am going to eventually start my new shift. So I can't wait for that, and I think that's gonna be amazing. So once I start my new shift and I get my new hours, I think it's gonna be a lot more easier to do content, to study, to do this, because the shift is hopefully going to be a morning shift. And y'all, I have never worked a morning shift ever. Like, I've only been working probably since I was 19. I am 22 years old. Sorry, my dog is barking. I'm 22 years old, about to be 23. So I've like probably been working for maybe I think 3 years now. I believe it's been 3 years. Oh my goodness, that's insane. Yeah. Coming up exactly on 3 years, eventually. And ever since, I've always worked either a night shift or like an afternoon shift. So to finally be getting a mornings is going to feel great. And I feel like with that, that is definitely going to be a lot more easier for me to upload YouTube videos probably around 5, and then I could potentially live stream around like 7 still. Like I'll probably still live stream around this time on, but it just at least I would be able to upload videos, I believe, a little bit more earlier. Maybe I can even upload it probably around 4ish. Which is good because I always hated uploading my videos late at night. I would upload around like 8 or 10. That's just because this is still would roughly be around the time I would be able to like edit, record, do this, do that. So I feel like I'm just finally happy to have a nice little morning shift that can allow me to do that, and just to finally have a better schedule, to be sleeping at night, to be up in the morning. Like I've just never had that except for when I was in school. So finally it's a thing here. So I'm super excited about that, to be starting my new shift time. And I can't wait to tell you guys all about that. Eventually I'll let y'all kind of know a little bit of what that's like. And I'm also trying to see too if I'm gonna end up getting more pay or if they're gonna kind of drop it down a little bit. We're gonna see. Because what it says is that they're gonna try to like match it for a bit. But granted, I know the position that I'm going to be going to though is should be a little bit more pay, which is great if they're just gonna match it for now, but ultimately they get paid more. So I'm very stoked and happy about that. In that position, like I said, it has so much potential to do other things, and it's not going to be as physical anymore, because I do work in a warehouse, which granted I did end up doing this more in the warehouse. I did join this like support position just so that I could kind of get out of like the physical things, and then obviously to help with the IT stuff. But eventually now I'm going to this new position that's really going to keep me out of like anything that would remotely be heavy lifting. Hold on, give me a second, because my dog is still growling. I'm gonna turn on the cameras for the living room because I don't know why my dog is doing all that. I don't know, maybe she wants to come in here. Did she hear a knock? Like, I don't know what she's doing. I don't know what she's going through, poor doggo. But a little bit of what I wanted to talk about was I have been studying some more, and I finally finished the 2.5 section, and we are also going to read some of the comments coming up soon. Oh, sorry, I went to go reconnect my camera. I got a little bit nervous. Let me go see if she's out the door. Oh, I don't really know where the hell she's at. Oh, I gotta switch this day here. I completely forgot. And we are on the road to 3,000 subs, y'all. So if you are new here, hit that subscribe button. I'm just somebody who's documenting my journey of hopefully becoming an IT specialist or doing something within IT. I think that'll be really damn dope, really nice to do. So definitely let me know. Or hit that sub button, I guess. Not let me know. I don't know what the hell let me know means. But But yeah, so I finished the 2.5 section in the security, which we ended with the product support lifetime. I believe I did quiz myself on 2 topics so far within the 2.5. Because like I said, Professor Messer, for some reason, he kind of broke that down into like 15 videos, which was definitely great for understanding. So I guess like it wasn't for some reason, it was for a good reason, for a good cause. Um, but let me go and see real quick for the 2.5 section. Because I quizzed myself on all of the social engineering, which social engineering part is very simple. The only thing that got a little bit confusing though is that my phone kept trying to quiz me, like the phone app kept trying to quiz me with social engineering and the threats. So it would get confusing. So I'm like, hold on, do I even understand this? I'm like, yes, I understand the social engineering. It was just when they put it all together, that's when it just started to confuse me because I was like, what the hell? So I'm still currently quizzing myself on the threats section. I did ultimately pass. I think I got like 2 wrong, but I wanted to re-quiz myself on that section again, just in case. Oh, and I forgot to add this part in. I missed that. So I need to continue to quiz myself probably one more time on the threat section and then quiz myself on the vulnerability section. And then finally from there, we can go to subtopic 2, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And what's good about those videos is that he ended up actually putting all of that content into only like 5 videos. So if I can end up getting through about 10 videos within like 2 days, I'm pretty sure I could end up finishing subtopic 2 relatively quickly. I was actually giving myself until the 14th to end up finishing, and it roughly seems like we're probably going to finish maybe around the 7th or even less, depending on how much I get to study and how much I do end up studying on my days off. That has been really helpful. The only scary news is though is that because I was starting this new shift currently, there was no overtime with this new shift. So that's why I feel like a lot of the time I'm able to study, I'm able to stream, I'm able to film, I'm able to do basically everything that I want to do, right? But when it comes to this new shift, there should end up being overtime. So I'm kind of like, I'm gonna like not be able to do everything. But granted, at least it's gonna be more of like a healthier lifestyle in a way, like a morning shift, you know, especially because I do have very low vitamin D, obviously because I work nights. So I'm like, I guess that would be good, but I still need to end up quizzing myself on 2.5, and then eventually we're gonna, I feel like, truly get through subtopic number 2 quickly, and then we already know that topic, or well, I guess main topic number 2 quickly, and we already know main topic number 3, which is the software troubleshooting. Doesn't really have much to really go on. I mean, a lot of this is huge in a way, given the scenario to troubleshoot common mobile application issues. I'm sure these type of questions are more than likely going to be like, where do you go? What do you do? So I think this is going to be tough for me. But granted, luckily there's only 4 subtopics here, so we could hopefully get through that quickly. And then I think there's 10 subtopics for the operational needs. So we're getting relatively close to, finishing up on core 2. Something else that I did want to do as well is that, let me fix my hat real quick. I don't know why my hat keeps like messing up, but probably because I don't wear this hat often. I don't really wear the blue one because I feel like it doesn't really match. Even though like my shirt's blue, it's still dark blue. But let me go and look at my previous stream because that's something that I do like to do here, just so that I can end up answering some of your guys' questions that popped up on the previous stream. So let me get into that real quick. Also, if you have any questions now, you could definitely go and ask away. So we're gonna go up to here. Let me go and see. I believe, was this the previous stream? Oh yeah, I was talking to Snake, I remember. He said he's building his own companies in his 6th year. Freelance is more difficult. Yeah, I remember talking to him. Okay. Wait, is this even the last stream? Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm not even sure how you like studying the A+. Cause I thought I remembered seeing something else for my last stream. Let me see. Cause what day is this? When this is 123, did I stream for 124? Oh, well, I mean, it's not here, so I guess I didn't stream for 124. Was that really my last stream? Oh no, 124 is still uploading for some reason. It's still processing. That's weird. Oh, cause you know what? I think it's cause I ended it like earlier today. Okay, so I guess I can't end up seeing what my 124 comment sections are or is. So, or maybe unless if I go through YouTube Studio, but no, I still don't think so. I don't believe I will be able to watch it. That's so strange. I've never had that issue before, but I accidentally did leave that live stream on for like 20 hours. That was by accident. Like, truly, truly by accident. It was almost to the point where I was just like, should I even go live today? Like, that was crazy. So let me go and see if I can watch it. Oh yeah, okay. So it says the stream is not available as of right now. So yeah, we're just gonna have to wait on that. Damn, I was gonna say we had some good questions for that stream. But that's fine. That's fine and dandy. I guess we don't need to worry about that. Um, but no, yes, I'm so happy about like how far that I'm getting and just how far like oh my goodness, like eventually we're gonna be taking this exam, man. But I did notice that there was a comment where someone was like, "Oh, you're skipping core 1 or something." I couldn't tell if they meant like am I skipping it entirely or if they just meant like cuz I put in the comment section, and the reason why I do this during my live streams, especially when I am doing my study streams, is I noticed that a lot of people will end up, being like, "Oh, like what exam are you going for? Do you almost have your certification?" So something that I just like to personally do is um I just personally like to just immediately put that in the first comment section. Just so when people immediately click in, they can kind of just see, what is going on, what and whatsoever. Um because I feel like that's very helpful in a way, because I feel bad that sometimes I can't really make it to the phone to like message anybody. But that's why the good news is that since I hopefully I'm gonna be working 7 to 3. Well, actually not really, because I was thinking that I could live stream around that time, but I'm realizing I'm just gonna be uploading my videos, so never mind. But uh so I guess yeah, scratch what I was just about to say. I don't know. Never mind. Alright, so sorry, I just ended up doing something for the stream right now. So let me go and see real quick, because this is something that I did want to talk about yesterday. Is like, can you still work full time and chase tech, right? I feel like some people naturally think that they have to pick one or the other. And I think in reality, what should always be done, and I guess not always, because some people just are fortunate enough to have people to be able to support them financially. Um, but something I always thought of is like use your current job to fund what you want to do. So like if you're trying to get into tech, obviously you can't just expect someone to want to buy you a laptop, which granted some people could probably still have that, ability, but it's like if you plan on getting into tech and you want to fix computers, you want to get into hardware, do those certain things, it's like you could use the job to end up funding for those things, right? So I feel like it definitely is something that should be done in a way. Whether it's full time or part time, isn't really the question. It's just like just work, fund what you got to do, pay your bills, and then also fund what you want to do. Get your certifications, get um all that stuff, fine and dandy. So I personally would say, yeah, you could work full time and chase tech. That's currently what I'm actually doing. But the crazy part is that I'm chasing so many different things at once though, because with me it's like I work full time, but then I'm running 2 YouTube channels. And then, I'm also work full time, but then I'm studying for actual certifications. Like this isn't just for content. Like this is something I'm doing in life. Um, I work full time, and then I also am, what was that third thing? Oh, coding this app that I'm really interested in, this study platform, which is supposed to be a CompTIA A plus study platform that I'm currently coding, right? So I personally feel like this is going to be really really good. But it's definitely tough working full time and pursuing everything that you're trying to pursue. It is definitely tough. Um, so also too, something that I was very interested in is the concept of like why some people I feel like find it hard to find a job in tech, is that I think a lot of people in the mesh, especially like this propaganda in the internet, it definitely makes people believe that you pretty much need to make fast money, but sometimes delayed gratification is probably the way to go. Because if you take your time and you really like work on your craft and work to be good in technology, getting these certs, doing these labs, getting the experience, eventually the money will come. But if you're chasing fast money, at some point there's going to be a crash that you may not even be ready for or prepared for, or maybe you're getting the fast money, but you're not even sure on how to use it correctly. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a lot of people who are bad spenders. Which granted, some people say, well, they can be a bad spender because they make good money. Well, in reality, though, that just overall should not or wouldn't necessarily be the case, because even if you're technically going to make it back, sometimes it's not inevitable. Sometimes you won't make it back, right? And are you going to be prepared for that if those were the decisions that you made during your come up? And that actually happens to a lot of people, where you actually will see them crash. And it's terrible, but that is something. Another thing too is, I was just thinking about discipline versus motivation. I'm sure everyone's always heard this one, is that discipline is obviously key, and it lasts longer than motivation. And I feel like this is something I've kind of learned, though, when it came to like God and stuff like that, or church in general, is I've learned that I don't like listening to motivational churches, because I think motivation can only get you so far. I don't need something to only hype me up for a Sunday. I need something that's gonna make me walk with him for life. And so I've learned that motivation really isn't the key, and it feels good to people. And I've been trying to tell people this, because it's not that I'm trying to like diss modern day churches. I just think these aren't the same type of churches that were going on back in the day. And so what we should be more focused on are churches who are actually spitting knowledge and teaching you how to do things, instead of a church that is saying, we're going to walk with God today. It's like, you can't assume everybody in the church knows what that means. And so to me, I like a church that would, and even so, even if I do personally, me knows what that means, I would like to rehear it again, because it's what it's going to do is instill what it means. And it's going to instill and give you that discipline of, okay, you know what it means, you know when you're not doing it, you know when you are doing it. But when you just keep saying it, it's like all you're going to do is motivate someone for probably the next 3 days, and then they're done for the week until they come back Sunday. And it's like, that's not what you want. You want people to actually be following the Lord. I think it should be always about discipline, always about knowledge and teaching, and about what it should, or how it should be done. And when you're not doing that and you're just saying to do it, it's like you're just like, people are just going to feel good, but it's not going to actually be good. It's not going to actually be productive. Um and so sometimes I notice that in life now, where it's like, if you take that anywhere, like for instance with coding, motivation is only gonna get you so far. You're not, or even like doing YouTube content, or even learning something new. Motivation's gonna only get you so far. You're gonna only be motivated for so long before it runs out. Um, a lot of it strictly comes from discipline. And I just got lucky enough that I honestly don't know when my discipline got built. I think maybe it got built when I first started my YouTube channel, which I believe I started that, and it wasn't even this channel, it was another channel that I was doing, but I got really like inspired to be consistent. Because I was just watching this specific YouTuber who would post almost every day for like a while, and then eventually his YouTube channel had blew up. And so when he did that, and he would continuously say like, "Oh, I posted every day. I posted every day." I feel like that just made me get super disciplined and wanting to post every day. But it was definitely stressful, and I didn't want to do it. And that's when I realized it wasn't motivation at that point. I was just disciplined on my goal of what it was at that time, was to grow that channel. But then I decided to make this channel to be a lot more freer and just about me. And what's so funny is that the channel that I actually cared about trying to grow genuinely did not, well, it technically grew. It got to like 1,200 subs, but did not grow like how this channel was growing. And this channel was never meant to grow. I remember I used to always tell people, this is just my, like, if I had my older videos on here but I took them down, they were literally just vlogs and just me talking to the camera. Like, it was, I never had a plan. It wasn't meant to blow up. I didn't have scripts. Like, I was just talking to the camera, and I never had that intention of this becoming anything like actually getting bigger than my other channel. Well, even though it says 2,000 subs, but I'm just saying, like, it was bigger than the other channel, right? And so I was like, oh shoot! But that other channel is what taught me discipline in that span. But then when I finally ended up bringing everything over here, and I began to start studying, and I just dropped that channel because I'm like, whatever. I never wanted to do it anyway, and I just did this one. That's when the discipline decided to carry over. And obviously, my intention was always the same with this channel, which was to just allow myself to be more freer and not care about growth. And like I said, it's crazy that when you stop caring about growth and you stop caring about numbers and caring about views, and not saying I don't appreciate the views and appreciate the numbers, thank y'all so much, but just when that's not the reason why you do something, and you do it because you're actually just having fun, or you enjoy having a community, or you enjoy like stacking the days, like I'm on day 125, it's like a, it's crazy that that's when things start to grow, is when you really just stop caring, like you just don't, that's not your motivation. And so then I ended up getting really disciplined on learning how to code, and that was just because coding was fun. But I knew I was disciplined because after a month in, I hated it. And trust, and y'all, like if y'all look at my old content, because that stuff is still up, I still did that for 7 months straight. And I knew after the first month I did not like it. But I did it for 7 months straight, posted every single day. Maybe like here and there I missed some days, and then eventually I took it to live streaming. And it wasn't like these 12-hour study loops that I do. No, well, eventually it got there, but it was literally me coming on live for almost an hour to 2 hours a day to code, and I didn't even like coding. So that was when I knew that I finally found discipline over motivation, and that was like super fun, and I was really happy to find that. And I wish one day that I could like teach people how to be disciplined, because discipline, I feel like everyone is meant to be disciplined. Like we all should be working towards being disciplined, because when you're not disciplined, then you're lying to, like you lied to yourself. When you tell yourself, and if you could lie to yourself, then imagine what you could lie to others. You know what I'm saying? Like or how you could lie to others. Like that's why my biggest thing on this channel is whenever I say I'm gonna do something, if I don't do it, I'm gonna address it, right? I don't like people who just don't take accountability. So they'll just be like, have an excuse for why they didn't do something. But if I do it, or not if I do it, but my goal is to always do what I say. Because I think lying to yourself is one of the biggest disservices you could do to yourself, and then lying to others is obviously just, we shouldn't be doing that, right? Um, and when you begin to lie to yourself, that's when I feel like that's when discipline fades, when you just don't have it at all, because you're so used to telling yourself, oh, I'm gonna get up and study, or I'm gonna get up and do this. And then when you don't do that, you're showing yourself that you can't even take yourself at your own word. And you're showing others that too. And so when people start to make comments like, oh, you always say that, blah blah blah, like you never do it. It's like that's when sometimes you need to really look at yourself and be like, hold on, like let me build this discipline in me to like just do it. Like that's something me and my partner were talking about recently, because I hear a lot of people who do talk like me, right? Where they talk very optimistic, they say they're gonna do this, they say they're gonna do that, but then nothing ever happens. But something me and my partner were talking about is that I noticed that with me, even if like when I say I'm gonna do something, I genuinely work towards it. Like when I say that I'm gonna learn how to code, I did that. When I said I was gonna get my first client, I did that. When I said I was gonna make websites and eventually make an app, I'm doing that. I'm building one right now. Now, I'm not saying that the app is going to blow up and make millions. That's where I think a lot of people go wrong. And when they realize that it's not going to do what they say, they tend to lose their reason on why they're doing it, because their reason was built on a fantasy. And well, not in a fantasy, because I'm not saying your app can't blow up, but your reason is built on something that happens to like the 1%. You know what I'm saying? And so if I'm going around saying my app is going to make millions, then obviously I'm not going to want to tell people that it's not making millions, or that I give up because it's not going to get there. Um so I always tell people that that's just what I'm gonna do, and that I have hopes that it can do well. But if it doesn't, that's not why I'm doing it. I'm doing it to show myself something, to show myself that I will finish it, that I could learn whatever I put my mind to, that I could do whatever I put my mind to. And that's always been my biggest learning lesson is never let the number or whatever your goal is, as in like if you build an app and you do want it to blow up, never let that actually be your reason. Your reason needs to be something else. And for me, like I said, is to show myself that as long as I tried to do something different or tried to do something that I said I'm gonna do, I know I will never regret it. I'll never regret not building, or I will never regret building the app as long as I built the app. I don't care whether it blows up and I don't care whether it doesn't. As long as I build it, I built it. Um, Same thing with like this channel, same thing with, just everything else. And I think that's once you change that mindset, it changes you as like a person. Um, so yeah, discipline was a tough one, but it slowly just kind of happened. And I'm just really happy that, when I say I'm gonna do something or work towards something, man, that's just what I do. The only thing is that's why I don't like to give timelines and I don't like to give too much of what my hopes are, because then some people like to believe, like, oh, because like you said you were gonna do it at this time, so technically you didn't do it. It's like, well, no, I'm still working towards it. It's just time, it's probably gonna be next time. You know what I'm saying? So some people will say things like that, or but normally those people I would probably tend to say are like they're just waiting for your downfall. Because I've learned when you are an optimistic person and you're someone who finds like joy and light in life, I learned that there really are miserable people in this world, and it sucks, and I pray for them. But there really are miserable people in this world that when they feel your light or hear your optimism, um they want to find anything that they can poke and take from you. And I've noticed that a little bit on YouTube, but not too much because I feel like I have a beautiful audience here. But I've also noticed that I feel like a lot more in life. It's like the more happier I got, the more conniving the people, like other people will get. And I'm like, oof, like I'm like I just like I'm seeing that now. Like your happiness and your optimism can really rub people who are just always negative the wrong way. And especially too when people know that you've went through things, because I've went through a lot of things in life that a lot of people would not be able to still be like a lot of people would be depressed, or a lot of people would be upset, or would have went through one of those phases. And I feel like for me, I just always been such a tough person. I'm not saying it doesn't hurt, but it never pulled me down so hard to the point where I felt like I couldn't get up, right? Um, and so I would realize that when a lot of people would know something happened to me, it was like they were looking at me to get a reaction or to just something so that they can feel like that satisfaction that like, oh, this person's hurt, because they just never seen it before in me. I've always been so happy. And I'm like, oh my goodness, like these people are crazy. And what's even worse too is that most of the time, like when something would happen, I wouldn't give that reaction because that's just not how I would feel. Like I would just feel very, I always am the type of person that sees good in things. Even though things could be so bad at the time. So like I just remembered there would just be so many different situations where people would ask me specific questions, and this is when at the time I'm like, oh, I think I need to stop being cool with certain people. Like maybe we're not actually friends because you wouldn't do that, but people would ask certain questions to kind of pry and to know things or to get a reaction, and I'm like, oh, that's strange. But it's just because when you're someone who's just optimistic, they want to make you lose that because they don't have that no more. And it's saddening to see because every time I see someone do it, I actually feel bad for them, which is strange. Because it's like when you do that as a person, life must really be tough or must really be getting to you for you to act like that. Um, but I feel like that's always been something that I would notice, when it came to being optimistic. I forgot what my main point was because I know I was talking about discipline. I know I was talking about discipline. I don't know how the hell I got over to this topic. What the hell was I just talking about? Hmm. I could kind of rewind it a bit, try to figure it out. But let me see if I can remember because I know I was just talking about, how some people can act strange. What did that have to do with discipline? I don't remember. Let me see if I can rewind it real quick. 'Cause- Oh, I think I was talking about not regretting. Oh, okay, sorry. Okay, that was where I wanted to go. So yeah, anyway, I don't like to give too much of a timeline because a lot of people like to like pry when it comes to certain things because I've noticed too, even sometimes when I don't mention what my hope is or when I don't mention a timeline, right? Sometimes I'll just mention something and I'll be like, "Oh, I'm building this app." And immediately it's like people naturally have their own mindset because they know if it were them and they were putting in that much time, they would be expecting something huge, right? So I remember one time I was mentioning, I was like, "Oh, I'm building this app." And then, someone ended up saying to me, and they were like, "Oh, like, how is it going? Like, do you have a lot of inviters or like people basically coming to your website, looking at your website, or do you have a lot of like I remember one time I mentioned my YouTube channel, they're like, "Do you have a lot of subscribers? Do you have a lot of views?" And I'm just like sometimes I understand some people can just be curious when they ask those things, but I'm realizing that sometimes it could be a portrayal of what they see, right? Because like they know if they were to be working on a channel, they would only do it if they seen that much views. They would only do it if they seen that much subs, or they would only do it if they seen their website was getting a lot of clicks. But I feel like sometimes it's like I can feel that that. Like I'm obviously not getting that much people coming to the website. I'm not getting that much views because it's like if I was, I probably would have said it, right? Um, but I've always been open about it, but I can tell that when people say those things that they're trying to poke. They're trying to like poke at it and be like, so it's not that good or it's not that deep or you're doing it for nothing because for them they wouldn't do it for those numbers, they wouldn't do it for those they wouldn't make an app that's going to take a year if they didn't feel like people were going to pay for it and get thousands of dollars off of it. But for me, that's not the case for me. Like I'm doing it because I love it, I'm doing it because it's a hobby, I'm doing it because it's fun, I do it because of this, because of that. And since they can't understand that, they think it's a poke to say, or for me, or to get me to say that it's not doing so well. But that's only on the number side. I wish I could communicate about how happy I am that I'm doing it, regardless of the numbers. But people wouldn't care because they're gonna think it's probably like a facade. But I'm serious, right? But you can never really change the way people would think or people are gonna portray so that's why I feel like the most that I normally would do is I don't like to give timelines and I just don't like to say even though sometimes I do give timelines, but I don't like to give timelines and I don't like to say what was it? It was timelines and something else. Or goals, like what my dream would be because then people take that out of context and they just assume, well, if your dream isn't happening, then you must be miserable. It's like, no, I'm actually genuinely happy. Like I don't know how to explain it. Um, what is up, Ryan? What is up? How are you? But I don't know. I don't know how we got into this topic, but I guess I just felt the need to rant about that. I felt the need to rant about that. But like I said, I had to learn, and I feel like the more that I get older, the more that I'm realizing this. And I know I'm 22, but I've started to learn a lot. I think especially because since I was kind of forced to grow up fast, and I know I look young too, and a lot of people tend to talk to me like I don't know things because of how young I look. But I feel like because I was forced to grow up faster, my mindset kind of matured a lot more. I'm not saying that I'm not like I'm fully mature. I'm still a little bit goofy when it comes to like, joking and stuff like that. But I feel like mindset wise, um, I just had to learn that when it comes to people, like you really can't change how they are, or you can't change how they talk, how they are going to feel about you. And so, or how they're even going to feel about the world. Like something like even right now, right? There's a lot of things going on in the world that people don't agree with, or that people disagree with, or that people do agree with, right? And people allow that to divide them or to divide each other. And I feel like I'm not saying that we all got to be buddy buddy, but we can't be getting so angry to the point where it's genuinely affecting our like to where it's genuinely affecting our life. Like I don't know how to explain it. I don't know how to explain it. It's strangely strange. Um, you say you feel older, 26, 27. Said I'm 22. Hey, I am 22. I know it's crazy. I mean, do I look older or younger? That's something I always wonder. Do I look older or younger, y'all? But real quick, I'm gonna go and show you guys my objectives real fast, and then we're gonna continue this topic just because I just want to end up showing y'all exactly where I ended up getting to. So here we go. I was right here in 2.5, by the way. I'm just giving you a little bit of an update. You said I don't know. You said compare and contrast common social engineering attacks, threats, and vulnerabilities, denial of service, distributed denial of service, cross-site. So this is pretty much where I actually ended up getting to, which is really nice. I still need to currently quiz myself on these topics right here, y'all, and then boom, I end up getting into the 2.6. So it's going to be a really good day after this, and I just cannot wait to end up getting into that. I think that's going to be really fun. But yeah. So from now though, oh my goodness. Sorry. Then what was I saying? You say you sound older for your age. Hey, thank you so much. Thank y'all so much for that. I hope so. Well actually I think I prefer to well no, I think I would say I prefer to look young, but I do try to, talk more better, but the problem is like I said is sometimes when people look at me and they talk to me like I'm young or whatever, I do tend to see that I I get like tripped up. I feel like I get like performance anxiety when I'm like face to face with someone who's older and I could tell that they're talking to me a certain way because they know that I'm younger. Or like I've noticed too, because I've been trying to learn how to have a voice behind me because I used to always be so used to having other people defend me because I do look younger. So now that I am older and I am going through life, alone, right? Practically. I mean, I have my partner, but at the end of the day, I have to be able to defend myself at some point, right? Um, but it's like I noticed that people let's say I go into like a car shop, right? And I'm sure everyone has experienced this. It's like if you're walking in to talk about your car and the stuff that needs to be fixed, they're gonna talk to you in a certain way or even try to probably get a little bit more money because they know that you don't know what you're talking about. And I feel like some people do that to me, even though I know what I'm talking about, and they begin to treat me differently, but I don't have like a voice in me to defend myself or to like fight against that. And I'm like, I really gotta like learn how to do it. But I've been working on it though. I've genuinely been working on it like sincerely. It says the pic in my profile is me because people say I look like I'm 17, 18. Oh my goodness, that is crazy. Oh wait, let me see your pic real quick. You said people say you look 17, 18. Um, Let me see. And you said you're 26, 27? Yeah, I was gonna say you actually do look young. I remember I think I checked this previously and I always thought you were younger. Well, you are young, but because 26 ain't old. 26 and 27 ain't old now. Because listen, I'm about to be 23. I personally think when it really starts to feel like when people or hopefully, I mean, who knows? Because maybe when I get close to 30, I might start feeling old. But I personally think I would start feeling old around like 50. I would say 50. Because sometimes, like, I feel like the 40s are low key, like, are gonna be one of the best years because hopefully are the best, like, genre of age. Because I feel like around that time, people are definitely going to hopefully be a little bit more established in life, right? Like, you would probably have your career by then, have some money, have kids. I feel like that's when you really begin to, like, live. But who knows? Who knows? It says, I'm also 22 and I look uncle. You look uncle. What? I'm sorry, it was just funny the way you said that. I'm 22 and I look uncle. It says, people at work call me unk. Same here, man. That is crazy. That is wild. But no, yeah, man. But people at work, like I said, I feel like they just treat me like I'm like some little kid. But what's even worse though is that I've learned that there's different types of people, and it's so scary because sometimes I think people, because it doesn't even have to be at work. This is outside of work too, where I would notice that there's some people who would naturally have a certain reaction towards someone like me because they're gonna immediately think, oh, she's young, she must be a troublemaker, right? Like I've seen people like that out in person, like whether I'm going out to eat or going, to the stores, and I'm like, oh, they're looking at me a little bit funny. Like I could tell that they must have like a bias because maybe of my age or maybe the way I'm dressed, right? But then there'll be some people who are really nice. And I'm like, oh, like they have that bias of like, this is a younger person. Like, they probably remind me of or they probably get reminded of their own kids and decide to treat me nicely. But I'm just like, it's low key scary when you see the way people view you in a way. And then, like, a part of me would think, like, sometimes I would get that feeling and I would be like, damn, I wish I did look older. But then again, I think looking younger, is definitely is probably best because eventually, when I do get older, I'm gonna be sitting there thinking like, damn, I wish I looked younger. So it's like, let me be happy that I look a little bit young. But a lot of people normally tell me like when they see me on the street or like walking around, because the only reason why people know that I'm older is because at my specific job, you have to be 18 and up, right? But a lot of people outside of work would always think I was like 16, like 16 or 17. Like, I'm like, damn, I look that young. Like, ain't no way. But because I be working at my job, everybody naturally knows that I'm like over 18, right? And then from there, they kind of just do the math of like, well, if she started here 3 years ago and she was 18, like let's say they thought I was 18 and she was 18, then she must be 21, right? So they just kind of do the math now. But other than that, they normally wouldn't end up getting the age. It's strange. You say you talk a lot. I like your confidence. Hey, thank you so much. In person, my confidence might not be like as out there. I mean, actually, I'm not gonna lie because with this new position that I did get, it does force me to talk a lot at my current job. And so I think my confidence did necessarily go up, but I'm still like quite introverted. Like I get anxious, I get a lot of anxiety, eyes watery type stuff. I don't know what the hell be going on when people talk to me. Said I had that image for a long time. I got into some trouble before that I cannot say because it's against YouTube, but let's just say I got lucky I didn't get arrested and it involved an ex. Oh, okay. So now you've just been using that image pretty much. You say your English is bad. No, it's all good. It's all good. It was just funny when you said I look uncle because like I don't know. It was the way you said it and that just had me like rolling. I thought it was hilarious. Uh but no, yeah, so damn, what was I talking about? Because I think I was talking about hmm. So you talk like I show speed. Oh really? I honestly didn't think I did. I honestly did not think I did, but I mean, hey, maybe. I am not sure. Um but you know something I was just talking about right before this and I forgot again. As y'all can tell, my memory is garbage. That's something I genuinely wish I could end up working on. That would be nice if I could fix this damn memory issue that I got going on here. Um Cause I think I already talked about the CompTIA A plus. I do have some more learning that I gotta do. I can't wait to end up starting my morning shift sometime, I think next week, right? If it's next week, that's crazy. Oh, well, yeah, I guess exactly, like, yeah, next week. So I'm gonna end up starting that new shift. That's gonna be great, man. Like, everything so far has just been going very well. And, everything it could not have been better. And honestly, what is even more scarier, y'all, is that when I started this year, I honestly felt lost and I feel like I didn't know what to do, right? Because I really wanted to take a step towards this IT journey. And so when I finally, started to take like that step, like when this job at my current position opened up, it really like made me so happy, but I didn't think things were gonna start snowballing in the right direction. Like y'all have no idea how great things have just been lately. And so I'm like, whoa, what the hell? Because before I was just so stressed out because I'm like, I need IT support position or something similar, something that can give me some experience, right? I'm like, I want to eventually start pursuing that. I'm like, I just want to do different things when it does come to coding. I want to study. I want to be able to do this, do that. Like there was just so much things that I wanted, and now everything is literally snowballing in that direction, and it's like scary, but also very exciting. But it's very scary too because it's like things are changing just rapidly. Sorry, excuse me. Goodness, I was trying not to let that out, but it came out. But things are just changing just rapidly, and I'm just so happy that things are deciding to go in that direction or to go in that path. You said I didn't have a dad growing up and pretty had it rough like most kids, but I saved by learning how to code and have a good family surrounding me. Hey, that's good, man. That's good because that it's tough. It's tough like the things that happen in our lives because I believe I mentioned this previously on a different video. Sorry, I'm like I thought someone was in my closet. Like, what's going on? I heard a little click. No, but I feel like for me, it sucks because of the things that do happen in life. Because with me, I believe I mentioned this previously with how my father had actually passed away when I was 17. And my mother wasn't really in my life since the age of, or the last time she was when I was like 12. And it's not like I can't see her or call her now, but it's just like, it's still, things are still iffy right now, right? So for me, I went through that, and in having that, like I said, that forced me to eventually have to grow up because around 17, that's normally when you're looking into colleges, you're thinking about what life is going to be ahead of you, what you're going to do with life. And I ended up losing the person that was supposed, or I guess I felt at the time that it was supposed to be that way, but obviously things ended up going a different path. But I ended up losing the person that I thought was going to be able to hold me down, like through college, by me not having to really focus on income, focus on pay, focus on bills. And everything with his death actually happened super sudden. Like, it was like just maybe a couple months before he passed, it was as if everything was fine. And then things started to just immediately go downhill with his health. And then that was even another scary thing that happened too, because with a father, at least with my father, I felt like he was so like strong, and to see a sickness or illness make someone you see as so strong and someone who like protected you, and that now they're gone, it's like you have this uncontrollable fear of like life. And so I remembered that I used to have really bad anxiety after he passed, like so bad anxiety, because I felt like something was gonna happen to me health wise, death wise, but also I didn't have like that protection no more. Like, he made me feel protected. So it was really tough to go through. And it's crazy that like life can take us down those paths, but sometimes I try to look at like the good that could have came from it. And I know it may feel impossible for people to find that. But what I ended up feeling and what I found during that situation was I ended up finding out that, if he had not passed, I feel like I would have never grown to be who I was now. I think I would have been, the spoiled kid, right? The kid that just never really did nothing. I would have just stayed at home, did not like, and just stayed there for years, doing nothing, never working, never trying to study for nothing. But I feel like his death did push me to become more independent, and it pushed me to grow. Because one of his worries before he died that he would tell everybody was about me, right? He was always so worried about leaving me. And so something I felt like I had to do and that I wanted to do because I loved him was to be okay on my own. And so that was always my drive. That's what makes me do everything, right? Um but it's crazy just, man, like what life can end up doing. And it's definitely, it's tough, but I feel like when you can see the good that came from it, sometimes uh it doesn't feel as hard. Like, I'm not saying it's not painful, but when you could see it in that from that perspective and change your perspective, things can get better, and things can feel good again. I feel like some people, they dwell on that, and they feel sad like forever. I'm like, things can get better. You just sometimes it really does come down to like a mindset change, but also too, I just was really strong. Like, I don't know, and I always say that it was God, because I'm telling y'all, I don't know what it was, but like, I didn't really have a moment where I felt depressed about it, right? Or about like my mom not being in my life, or my dad passing, or because my brother ended up passing recently too in 2023. But I feel like I never had like a depressed moment where it was like, okay, I'm sad for this amount of time. It was always I learned from it, you know. Cause I feel like with my brother's death too, I'm gonna get to the comments real quick. I'm almost done. But with my brother's death too, what that ended up teaching me, um, was that I feel like me and him at the time, like we genuinely loved each other, but we also were like butting heads a lot because of certain circumstances. So when he ended up passing, which is also really sudden, it really taught me grace for myself, one, but then also grace for people who can get on my nerves. So I feel like it just taught me just a lot of grace, right? Cause I'm like, you know what? I gotta stop being mad at people because you never know when it would be their last day. Cause I didn't know, right? Like we nobody knew. So it was like it just kind of happened and it was like, what? Like it was a shock. Um, but it taught me that I did feel regret for like a little bit. And then eventually when I knew, I just knew, because for one, I knew God forgave me, and if God can forgive me, I could forgive me, and then that allowed me to forgive me, and then boom, I knew my brother would forgive me. Like if my brother was alive and or if he could like see like what was going on, I knew he would forgive me. And it wasn't that I was a bad person, it was just that we both would butt heads, right? So it's like of course I'm gonna feel regret for butting heads with him. Um, but I think that for that situation, that's how that was. But like I said, it just taught me something. It taught me to give people grace. It taught me to not be upset with people. It taught me to not take anger out on people, especially the people that you love, right? Because you never know when it would be done. And there's a lot of people who, cut people off from life. But when you cut people off just because they do something to you, um, and I understand, like I think we definitely need space from people because that's that just happens in life, right, where people just aren't respecting you, so you're gonna need space from people, and I understand that 100%. But it's like as long as your space and you have knowledge and you know in your mind and in your heart that you're doing the space for something good and you want to eventually mend things, you're just waiting. I think then that's fine. But if you're just completely like, nope, they're cut, they're like, you're holding on to too much that needs to be like let go, because it's gonna hurt if that's the case. So that's why for me, like I've just it's taught me to just let go. Like if someone does me wrong, just let it go. Because, and I'm not saying allow it, because I'm not the type of person to allow it. I just let it go in the sense of I'm not going to count this towards you. I just know to move better now. You know what I'm saying? Because there's been people who stole money from me. Obviously, I'm not saying I'm about to hand them money now and think they're not going to steal it again. No, I'm not going to do that again, but I'm going to let that go. We could be cordial, we could have a relationship, but I'm not going to be dumb enough to leave my money out and think you're not going to take it again. You know what I'm saying? So it's like that. I think that's probably the best way to explain it. Let me real quick. Now I'm gonna go back to the comments. Sorry, I just wanted to like explain like those certain things that ended up happening. But like I said, I've always still was able to see the good from it, and that's just what really continued to help me push forward. And a lot of that I think drives me to do greater things in life. But it doesn't hold me back, and it doesn't I feel like upset me as much as it normally would for the average person, because I just see the what it did. You know what I mean? That's why I love God so much, because it's like it's crazy. Like I don't know. Because if it wasn't for God, I don't know how I would have like who knows? I probably would have felt different things, but I know it was God, man. It says I had that image for a long time. I got into, oh wait, I already read that. So I didn't have a debt. Oh yeah, I already read that too. Recently, I started the free CodeCam JavaScript certification yesterday. I watched your JavaScript certification. It helped me. Hey, so what's up? You say you're from Pakistan? Hey, learning how to code and Japanese. Wait a second, that's dope as hell. Why did my camera turn blue? Or am I tripping? Is that me? I don't know. But hey, that's what's up, man. That's what's up. Oh, that's why it's saying Hamed from Japan. It says I'm JLPT N4 certificate. Hey. And then Ryan, you say your dad was very highly abusive, so I'm really sorry to hear about your father. I don't know if that was for me or for him. Probably honestly for both of us. I'm not sure. But no, yeah, and it's okay. So sorry to get personal. I understand. In about 8 years, at a near death ex, I had two lungs that collapsed, and I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the grace of God. Amen, man. Amen. That is insane. Oh, I'm glad that, you're pushing through, that you definitely, um, I just, I pray. Wait, actually, you said you had two lungs collapse. Or are you still like sick? Or still like, or 'cause I don't know how that works. Or do you just get, how does that work actually? Two lungs collapse. I've always heard of like one lung collapsing, but two is crazy, man. Oh my goodness. That must be tough. That must have been a scary, scary time. Oh my goodness. Says I feel like when I grow up I won't ever put the people I know thought that because it's painful. I was the totally opposite. I had to go to a crazy hospital. Oh my goodness, man. Yeah, that's insane. So I think it teaches you that life is temporary, so we should do good. No, facts. Facts. Yeah, that's basically what I was basically getting at, is that like it teaches like a lot of things, and a lot of things that we just need to let go. You said I had a breath tube in me to help me breathe. Oh, okay. Oh my goodness, man. That's tough, man. Oh, wow. I cannot imagine. I know my anxiety would have been through the roof. Through the damn roof. Man, but I'm glad that I'm assuming you've healed from it, because you said no, that you're not like, there's not still something wrong. So I'm glad that you've healed. Um, it says without it I wouldn't be here. Oh my goodness. That is insane. Yeah, I was gonna say I never really had a near death experience. Um, I mean, like, except for like random things, like I definitely almost got hit by a car, but like nothing health wise, which I'm super grateful for. It's something I pray to God about, every day, because I'm always so like, I'm still, though I've worked on my anxiety a lot, I'm still deathly afraid of death. Or yeah, I guess that's the way you would say that. And even though like I believe in God and I know that I would go to heaven, right? I still am afraid of like that initial death part. So it's like, um I don't know how to, I don't know, like I feel like I'm still afraid of that. So if I were to ever have like a medical thing, like I think I would freak the fuck out, freak out. Bro, I would be done for. You said it was 8 years ago. You were 16, now you're 26. Oh my goodness. Yeah, so, uh, that is crazy. That is crazy. But no, yeah, so having those people, especially those people too, pass around you, especially out of order. You know what I'm saying? Like normally it's supposed to be like grandparents. Like my grandparents are still alive, right? So normally it's supposed to be grandparents, parents, you know, siblings. If you're the youngest, I'm the youngest. Siblings possibly first. Well, who knows? Because you never really know. Like anything can happen, and then it goes from there. So it's crazy when things end up happening out of order, and it changes your perspective. But thank God, that I believe in the Lord, man, because a lot of that, I if it wasn't for God, I honestly don't think I would have got over my anxiety. Uh, and if it wasn't for God, I don't think I would have been able to handle those deaths. And obviously, the ones, because people are just gonna die, right? Eventually, that's just what happens in life. Though it may not happen as of now, at some point it's gonna get there. It's just when you expected people to be there, right? Because your parent isn't supposed to die that young. My father was probably 41, I think, 43, like something like that at the time. And then my brother, he was like 26. And it's like people aren't supposed to die that young, like that's how like we feel, right? And so when things start to happen like that and you expected that person to be there for a minute, like that could be tough. But also too, you use that as motivation, you continue pushing. Um, but you said use my experiences and the stuff I tell you, use it as inspiration, keep pushing, Marzi. I'm rooting for you, keep being amazing. Thank you so much, Ryan. And I will, man. So may God protect you, man. Said Marzi, you're one of my favorite persons. Hey, thank you so much, Ryan. I'm really happy to hear that. I love to hear that. So you followed her a long time ago. Said I followed her a long time ago. She was young. And when did you follow me? Are you talking about someone else? Wait, why the hell is the lighting up for my camera changing like that? That's so weird. It's like turning like bluish. Oh, I think it's the Roku screen. I think, right? Or is that not happening? Oh yeah, it is turning red. What the hell? I don't know what the hell is going on. Um, oh damn, I forgot to put my other YouTube channel in the comment section. By the way, if you guys are interested in some coding content, I'm about to go and pull it up right now. Uh, Definitely, I'm going to drop my other YouTube channel in the description. So if you want to see it, you are potentially going to have to uh sorry, give me a second. You are potentially going to have to leave the stream and then come back because I don't think it's just gonna pop up. But let me go and put this in the description real quick so this could help. This is my new channel. It's supposed to be, it is a coding channel. And on this new channel, I am currently building a app. And the app is supposed to be, sorry, let me just write this out because I can't. And this app is supposed to be a CompTIA A plus app actually, where I have like assignments, there's going to be lessons, there's going to be um you know, I think lessons, quizzes, stuff like that. So basically, it's supposed to be a study platform, and I'm going to be building that all on camera. So if you guys want to go check that out, you would probably have to leave, then come back. You see the new channel, and you should meet like you could watch the new video that I uploaded on there. Thank you all so much to the ones that did watch it. For a new channel to hit 100 views, and I have 20 subs on that channel, y'all definitely watch the hell out of that. So thank you so much. Um, what was the next comment? It says, I can't for the video called I Got a Job to Release. I would like the video. Hey, thanks so much. I can't wait too. But the only thing that I've been thinking is that unless like I do a part-time job for IT support, I think one of my biggest things is I'm probably going to try and blend because I have this position right now that is like a support position, but eventually I want to go to a position at my current job that's more technical, but it doesn't have the support. And I was hoping that maybe on my resume I could put those down and try to force like feed it that this is technical, this is support. Technically I have IT support, but like we'll have to see how they would accept that. But if that wouldn't work for me to like land a network admin type of role, then I probably would. Obviously, I'm gonna do lab certifications, right? I'm not saying that that's gonna be the whole thing, but then I feel like what I probably would do from there is try to get like a part-time IT support role. So I think that would be nice. Because like I said, my current job, it's too well off that if I try to really jump to something different right now, it just wouldn't make sense. But we'll see. Y'all, hey, thank you, Ryan, for supporting. I know you'll be here, man. Just keep making moves. Always keep God first, and He'll take care of you. No, big facts, man. Truly. I'm trying to remember too. Okay, I mentioned the coding channel. I mentioned the coding app, so you wouldn't be here without him. No facts. I mean, we all. Hey, listen. We. I love God so much. Like reading the Bible and being able to actually, you know, just see the way that he thinks, the way that he moves, the way that he would speak, right? It's like it's so beautiful. It's so beautiful how much he loves us. You know what I'm saying? Like and to receive that love. I would say the only thing that I do find like another thing that I feel like I find strange in modern day churches though is I think a lot of people push the fact of like, you know, follow God to be saved. You said, are you guys Christians? Yes, I am. Well, I would say I'm a Christian, but I don't like the. I sometimes I don't like to like say it because I feel like some people have like a negative connotation around it. You said I also love God. By the way, I'm Muslim. Hey, that's what's up. But I was gonna say, but I feel like with the modern day um church too is I feel like sometimes they try to push that you're like doing things I guess to be saved, but and that's like your motivation. But then I'm like, but what kind of love is that, right? Because then you're only like in reality, I feel like if that's what you're doing it for, then you're doing it because you love yourself. You know what I'm saying? Like, because if you're doing those things of following God and doing things for God just so you don't specifically go to hell, it's like in my head, it's like how is that for God then? You know what I mean? Like your reasoning is for yourself at that point. I feel like when we do things, it should be because, you know, we love God and we do it because we want to please him. We do it because we want to be good for him, though we cannot be perfect. You know what I'm saying? But I feel like the modern church for some reason tries to teach that like you do it for you in a way. Like everything you do is for you, but then they try to mask it behind but it is for God. It's like, well, not really, because if your intention is to like do it because you don't want to go to hell or you don't want to, I guess have bad experiences or you don't want to get punished. It's like, well, damn, that really sounds like you care about what happens to you. Like, I don't know. I feel like we should be doing things just because we love him. And obviously he loved us first. So we should be doing it because of the love he has for us. And then we should do it because we love him. And we can't even love him perfectly because what he said is if we love him, we would follow his commands. And we can't, as humans, follow his commands perfectly. I'm not saying that we can't do the commands, but I'm just saying that we are sinners, right? So it's like we can't even love him perfectly, and a lot of people rely on that feeling when it's not a feeling, it's what we do in a way, but you do it because you love him, not because you don't want to go to hell. So I'm like, I don't know, it's like sometimes, but I think that's why for me it's hard for me to go to like a modern day church because I think they just teach a little bit differently. But I don't like to crap on churches because I feel like, of course, we're all Christians. We all believe in Christ, and we all are just trying to find the truth. But when you do it for that reason, like sometimes it shows the heart of the actual person. But sometimes people are just uneducated, though, right? Some people just go to church ever since they were a kid, and so they just don't know, right? They don't know better. They don't know that you are supposed to do it because you love him, not because of your fear of your punishment or of a punishment that could happen to you if you don't believe. It's like, no, it's like, well, you believe now, so do those things out of love. You know what I'm saying? Like, obviously, you're going to want to believe because you don't. I would say, because when we tell people to believe, we're telling people to believe because we know the punishment that would be for them if they didn't, right? Something like that, pretty much. We know that that would be the punishment, but that shouldn't be your motivation moving forward. It's like your motivation should be moving forward because you love God, not, you know, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know how to explain it. It's strange. You said we don't pray just because we are scared. We pray because we believe God created us. Exactly. It gives us everything, guides us. Fear, punishment is part of it, but love and hope for paradise are just as. No, yeah, exactly. Because we are meant to. So you know what's strange is that that's very similar to what we believe in too. Because like yes, we are supposed to have hope for heaven, right? We have hope to be with God, to be with all believers. That is our hope. Like you can hope that, but I feel like when that's your main motivation, because I like I said, I feel like when it comes to belief, yes, you're trying to get people to believe because you don't want them to you know go to hell. You don't want them to be separated from God. But then it's like if that's just your whole thing, every time you keep walking forward, it's like I don't want to go to hell. I don't want to go to hell. It's like, well, damn, you're not really doing it for God. You just don't want to go to hell. Like you're doing it because you want to be saved. At that point, it's like no, you gotta do it for God, man. You gotta do it for God. But yeah, like you said, it's like it's definitely understandable to have that fear, but it can't be your main thing because if it is, then who is it for? That's always what I tell people. It's like who is it for if that's your main thing? If that's your response to something that I say, it's like then who is it for? But but once you realize like who it is for and what you need to look at, which is looking at God doing what God would want you to do, it's like I feel like that's when you really feel that weight off of your shoulders because you're realizing it's not up to you, right? Um, like obviously I'm not saying go around and do nothing. It's like no, I'm just saying that it was never up to us because I know that we believe in that Jesus ended up dying for our sins, right? So since we believe in that, it's like he already took that payment. Not saying that we shouldn't try to strive for better because obviously God wants us to strive for better. But even, and this is always something I always tell to like a Christian, because a lot of the times I feel like modern day Christianity too likes to talk about, you know, turning from your sins as if that is what is going to get you to heaven. But it's like, even if you turn from your sin, let's say, Jesus still had to die for it. So in the end, you did nothing. You know what I'm saying? Like you didn't do that. Like he still died for that. He still paid for that, regardless if you turn from it or not. He still paid. So it's like when some people try to equate that on the same equivalence, I'm like, I think it's misconstrued because it's like from what we believe in, nothing like even like that. We can't pay it ourselves. Like we overcome it because and this is why I always tell people we overcome it because we love God, right? We want to strive for better because we love God, but we don't overcome it in the sense of like now we paid that. Jesus still paid. You can't pay for it. That's why Jesus had to die. So it's like when people try to put that on the same stone or on the same thing as like salvation, I'm like, I think it gets misconstrued when you do that. I think it's like I don't know. It's a long topic, honestly. It's a long topic. This conversation can go forever. So I guess I'll just leave that there. He said in Islam we believe that Jesus, peace be upon him, was a great prophet of God. We believe he was not killed or crucified, but that God raised him up. He did not die in the way people think. Yeah, I was gonna say I actually used to really do like deep research on Islam. 'Cause I'm really interested in other people's beliefs, and also too at the time too I really wanted to try to see if I could like I wanted to find what the truth was. So I would go down like a real like study loop of like learning about Islam, then learning about Judaism, and then learning about I think it's Judaism, and then learning about Christianity. And I know that we all are obviously going to come to our own conclusions, but I in the end I ultimately ended up just believing in Christianity. I read into Islam and I thought it was I like cuz I was looking into Islam and I was like, this would be crazy. Like, I don't know. Like, I was like, I thought it was dope. I was like, but I don't know. For some reason, I couldn't like believe in it, but I don't remember what made me not believe in it. I really don't remember. But when I was reading into it, it's very similar. It's very similar though. Like, we have a lot of similarities, but then things kind of just take a turn eventually. But I definitely do respect other people's belief systems, and I love having conversations with other people's belief systems because it's never like at the end of the day, right? Other people's beliefs, they're gonna think it's true the same way that we are gonna think it's true, and it's not really meant to be like a debate to where now like we don't have to separate just because we have different beliefs, right? At the end of the day, of course we're human, right? We're all gonna just have those different beliefs. Um, but I've never been the type of person to be upset with someone and be like, "What? Like you don't believe what I believe?" Like, no, it's okay. Like, we're all gonna believe what we believe in, and it's understandable. But I definitely did try to like I looked into a lot of different things and just I don't I think I just landed on Christianity and it just kind of stuck. Um, but I've always been interested though in learning about different religions. I still actually do pretty deep dives because that was something that I did look into is how Islam does believe that he's a prophet of God, but that he's not God. So wait, so they believe yeah, because you guys believe that he's a prophet of God, but he's not God. And then you guys, yeah, like you said, he also didn't pass and stuff like that and believe that he's gonna come back. But it's a little bit different from the way we think he's gonna come back. So it's crazy because it's like it's insane how like similar it is, but then there's just like some differences there. But I think it's pretty cool. I love the concept of religion. I think it's beautiful. Um, the only time I think it gets bad is when people you know, start trying to like, or start actually getting like angry about other people's beliefs. Like, I can care, like, I'm not gonna get angry about it, Like, I seen people, like, you see people in the comment sections that go crazy. You seen, shoot, even with this whole situation that ended up happening, I'm sure we all know what I'm talking about a couple months ago. A lot of people, wishing death on a person are happy that death happened on a person, but because of a belief or because of a opinion, though I'm not saying the opinions were right or wrong, It's just like, but when we do that, then where is the freedom of speech? Like, that means it can happen to you if someone doesn't like what you got to say. And it's like, that's a scary mindset to have. But we already knew that this was going to end up happening, right? It's in the Bible. But it's like, when things like that happen, it's a scary world when people feel the need to like physically do something because they disagree with something away, or they disagree with the way something is going. Like, I'm like, what the hell? You said they get crazy a lot, like people hate me because I'm Muslim. No, yeah, I've seen, like, literally I've seen a lot of Muslim hate. Literally, I think going back, well, at least when I started to see it was like back in 2015. I used to watch like this Muslim YouTuber, and I would see like all the hate he would get. But granted, I'm not gonna lie though, a lot of the hate did end up coming from like from other Muslims, but it was because I guess what he was doing, which I don't know what the name is for, or what the name is called, but I think it's like sinning in Islam as well. But he would like document himself doing stuff like that, like just basically sinning or whatever, like getting a tattoo, uh, probably having like a drink, or people would catch him with a girl or whatever. And so a lot of like Muslims would be angry with him. Um, and I was like, oh, I'm like, that's crazy. And then obviously, there was other people too who were different religions that were also hating on him because he was Muslim. I'm like, oh my gosh. I'm like, this is it's sad. But once we just have to learn that at the end of the day, we know when we are good with God in our own hearts. We don't have to have other people's opinions, be what makes us feel like we're good with God. You know what I'm saying? Like we don't need another person's opinion to be like, oh, but you live like this. So I don't know, like, and then that starts to mess with you. It's like, don't let that mess with you, man. At the end of the day, we know our hearts, we know what we're doing, we know what we're going through. Sanctification with God isn't a fast process, it's actually slow. Well, depending on some people, it could be fast, it could be slow. But nobody's better than the next person. Nobody's trying to compete with the next person. That's always something too people need to be careful with when it does come to religion. You're not competing with another religious person, because at the end of the day, you guys both will always be on the same playing field. Obviously, until we get like rewarded in heaven, but it's still the same playing field, because in the end, God comes first. You know what I'm saying? Like God will come first, no matter what. So it's like when you compare, because in Christianity we're meant to walk like how Jesus walked. Though we can't do it perfectly, that's what our comparison is. So like Jesus will be up here, but we'll never ever come to that standard, but our goal is to always try. But some people try to compare with other Christians, and I'm like, no, like we don't compare with other Christians. We're supposed to be comparing with the Lord, and you should always feel beneath, because you can never hit his standard. Um and the reason why we would do that is so we could stay humble. But if you're doing that and you're not staying, or if you're comparing with other people, it allows you to have pride to enter. And pride isn't good, man. Pride is what happens before fall. So, that's why I always tell people, man, you can't compare with others. You can't compare with others, because it's like, at least religious wise, because in the end, that's not what the comparison is meant to be. And two, pride is literally gonna stumble in. You're just gonna become super prideful. There's no point. You compare to Jesus and you won't ever hit that. So in Islam, if you don't respect and believe in Jesus, peace upon him, you are not Muslim. Oh really? I had no idea. I had no idea that that was the case. That's crazy. Um, that's actually something new, because I did like a lot of research, but I never knew about that part. I do believe, isn't it in your I think the Quran? Isn't it in there too that for Christians, that, because I think, isn't it that you guys have like different tiers of heaven, and that I think Christians are would be like in a separate tier, while you guys are like in actual, I forgot how it works. I don't know. But I know that we would be in a different tier. But there's also some Muslims who say, um, or is yeah, some Muslims who would say that pretty much there's some Muslims that would say Christians won't make it, but then there's some Muslims that would say, well, Christians will be on a different tier. So sometimes it's a little bit like, I think it depends on who you're talking to, who would give that answer. But I remember I was looking into that too. I was like, oh, that's nice. That's a nice thing to know. If shoot, if we are wrong, that's a nice thing to know. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just messing. But um, lastly, I think I already spoke about this. No, I think I'm pretty much done. At this point, I just need to probably study, but I am going to hop off this stream though. But it was nice talking to you. I love learning about different religions and talking about different religions. I think it's so beautiful. I think it's so beautiful. So it's definitely nice talking to you. But I am going to be hopping off. Oh, and it was nice talking to everybody as well. Sorry, I lost. I got lost. I love the religion talk. But thank you so much, Ryan, also for chatting it up with me as well. But I will be catching y'all in the next one. What I am going to do is I'm going to put my 12-hour study stream up, which is just a loop of an hour and 30 minutes, but it's going to basically just be on loop. It's basically there to allow you guys to go and study as a study place. You don't have to stay, but if you want to, that would be really nice. And I'll be very thankful if that was the case. Just so that you know, because I'm probably literally gonna do it too. Because I'm gonna have my study stream on and I have my notebook. The only reason why I don't go live right now is because like the quality of it and the way the camera glitches is weird. So eventually I'm gonna have to probably get a better camera. But um, no, yeah. So I'll be catching you on the next one. Oh wait, hold on. I completely forgot to start setting this up. I cannot wait to start my morning shift. I cannot wait for what life is gonna end up bringing me. I can't wait for life has so far has just been going really great this year. I did not think this year was going to be like genuinely my year. And like I know a lot of people say that, but like this year is going crazy. I know it just started though. Let me show. Let me show because what if it what if it ain't that good? What if it's not that good? So you're gonna go sleep? Alright, I'll see you later, man. Um Deuces.